Hello. Hi. I don't have any plans for what I'm gonna draw today. So, I guess I'm just gonna hang out, see how everyone's doing while I try to figure out what I'm doing. Hope you guys are doing well. Number thing? No, it feels like feels as though the moment has passed. We've gone too far. I have like a vague idea for something I want to do, but I don't know how I want to do it exactly. I hope everyone's been doing alright though. While I vaguely try to figure out how I want to do this. What if... This might be too much. This could be too much for Twitch. I guess I'll try it and we'll see how it goes. This one. This one. I mostly just want to try a fun palette today. And my Spotify recommendation was like not terrible this week. But there's a song that kind of feels like a Cecil song, so I'm gonna try and do a Cecil drawing today. Because it's been a minute since I've drawn that boy. I'm once again sort of like looking at reference and trying to like alter it at the same time. So right now I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I want these sort of pieces to connect, I guess. Probably about here. Probably about here. This more like this way. More like that way. He is in fact doing a low pose. Oops. Need this angle to be like a little bit more severe. Like a little more S-shaped. Donnie, hello. We draw on Cecil today. Important question. The best food ever? Like of all time? I don't know, that's a tough one. I'm usually pretty partial to pizza. Oops. Arameus, hello. I need like this shape. Is what I'm currently dealing with. Is this like for a survey of some kind? I'm confused as to the reason for the question. Just brainworms. His like actual face area would kind of start here. Oh no, what have I done? Oh. This is a Cecil drawing. I don't know why I even bothered putting those there. That's like super not even in the right spot. I'm also trying to keep the canvas in a square today, because the last few times they've been cropped awkwardly on Instagram, so I'm trying to avoid that this time. This area is going to mess me up real bad, I can already tell. I could just do it like the reference I'm using. This arm isn't fully back. They're sort of both doing this pose, the same sort of arm pose. That feels like a tank pose. This is like fully off to the side here. I think this is probably more like this way. This is probably more like this way. Okay, I think that's more like that. Yeah, all you in here love the bad guys, I guess. Just enjoy disliking this boy, perhaps. Tilt this a little bit more, I think. What if I changed his hair once again? I don't really want to, though. This needs to be more this way. Nose too big. Adrian, hello. This is probably more like this, and then like this. So this shape would be kind of like here, be kind of like there. This arm looks hilariously small now compared to the other one. Probably stop about there. His hand probably needs to move this way some. Okay, so we got that kind of figured out. Let's give him some like short shorts, I guess. Because of course. What if I kind of spare myself a little bit of this? Oops. Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Okay. Just vaguely trying to figure out the sort of direction of these folds here. This is probably more like this shape. Probably lessen this a little bit here. I don't want his bicep looking like far too large. And kind of looking like that time SpongeBob had inflatable arms. If that makes sense. His thumb is shaped like this, and then that part of the hand is like that. Oof. I want to figure this hand out, but I don't have the space. I'm gonna have to make another pass at this hand for sure. This might even be too big, honestly. Maybe like here. Let me not mess with his hair too much right now, actually. What if I give him more of a smirk? I don't think I'm gonna fully include like this detail and this detail. I'm mostly just kind of doing it as a way of figuring out where stuff goes. In much the same way that I'm sort of putting his hairline in here. Kind of give me an idea of like about where his hair should go. Something like this. I'm going for like what's the Pokemon character? One of the trainers, I think, has shorts like this. I think, unless I'm totally misremembering. Doesn't one of them have like Daisy Duke style like cut up shorts? Or am I misremembering and thinking of something totally different? Oops, that's not what that line was. This. Over, hello. How's it going? Isn't there something I'm forgetting? He has like a dot somewhere, I think. Like over here. Need to sort of like pick the sort of big hair shapes here. This one, if I have a couple kind of going this way, that may not need to come down quite so far. Yeah, his earring for sure. I just don't remember which ear it goes on. It's been some time. I feel like it goes on this ear, but it would look better from this ear. This head is not big enough. I want to turn it a little bit more as well. Something like this, I guess. This could completely get like weird with the palette I want to use. He looks too wide, I think. Like in this zone. Oops. I want this like S-curve situation. Oops. Bartending at Olive Garden. That sounds exciting. If we just do this. Or better yet, let's just bring this way. Cecil is seducing, apparently. Also, welcome, Rich. I think that's probably fine. I want to bring this in a little bit more, I think. Something like that, I guess. I could kind of bring this down a little bit more. Which will give us a little bit more room to kind of mess with this hand a little bit more. Oops. Does that seem fine? Where's the... Okay. Yes, there's a number of problems. Okay. First of all, let's try to fix this. Hmm. I think I need to bring this in a little bit more. I need this to kind of come more like that. I don't like this tangent, like right here at the edge. I can move the whole thing actually. Something like that. I guess. Something like this. Head shape needs fixed a little bit here, I think. I didn't expect to sort of spend this long on the sketch phase. So I hope you guys are having a nice chill time while I kind of figure this out. Just more Roz time. Space wouldn't be here at all, I think. Looks foolish now. Oops. Bring these down a little bit, I think. We'll do the same with this. No, he got on some shorts. This wouldn't be quite so dramatic, I think. What does this look like? It's probably more accurate that way, but the like curve kind of helps with the suggestion of the stance, I guess. Like he's got a probably be more like this shape. Something like that, I guess. I'm like totally kind of copping out, I guess, on this hand shape. Because it should be I don't want to like give more room just to fix the hand, only to like oh wait, there we go. Only to have to take it away. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure this out. I'm gonna have to figure that out in a second, I think. I'm trying to figure all of these things out like now so that I don't end up having to try and figure them out. Once I've got like the lines kind of down. I guess this would be closer. This would be closer. Outline of a cell phone. No, I just want it to be like really floppy. Just so that you very much understand that it's like pockets. Same with this one. I think that's about as far as I need to go. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here forever and ever. This is one of those easily many hours of drawing kind of drawings where I could spend like a super long time here in the sketch phase. Passed your midterms? Nice. Congrats. Key, hello. feel like I need to do like thicker lines for this particular drawing. As much as I would love to do some thinner ones, it just kind of has that kind of vibe to it. The scrolling wallpaper was here last time. It's been here before, but it wasn't this color. It was this color last time, but not the time before that. You're not an idiot. It's intentionally not supposed to be too distracting. My day was alright. Nothing terribly exciting. I'm gonna do these creases and folds in another pen size, I think. How does that look? Hold on. No. I wasn't sure if it would look right to have the arm kind of over the fabric, but it looks weird. Had to check the reference. Oops. How's everybody else been now that we're on the line layer and I can kind of watch the chat a little bit more? I hope everyone's been doing okay today. So honestly does not come up that far. What if oh, I've got to change this double tap thing. I keep accidentally doing it so much it barely saves me time. Tizzle, hello. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about this mouth pose, for lack of a better kind of term here. Maybe I'll keep it just in case. This actually might be not bad. What if I give him like a fang, then it looks like too much, right? That feels like too much. So if we give him A little bit more teeth here. Busy with marching band. I hope your marching band stuff goes well. I keep wanting to do details, and I'm fighting the urge so that I can do them on a smaller brush. All right, let me... Please hold while I search for which ear this goes on. Okay, it is this one. Yeah. And the little... Okay, this is also on this ear. But first I need to fix his head shape. Yes. I guess. Do that on another thing. Ah. Yeah, how'd everybody's weekend go? Sorry if I'm like starting to talk and then forgetting that I should talk. I'm like sort of concentrating, but not fully, you know? Four-day weekend, nice. I hope you had plenty of time to relax. Sometimes those 4-day weekends can turn into like a regular weekend and then a day of like doing stuff, you know? So can never have too much time to relax. That's true. Oh. I'm trying so hard to not do every one of these lines with this line weight, and it's quite a temptation. But sort of doing it that way will sort of diminish the effect that the line weight will have. After this drawing, I'm gonna need to go in and turn off the double tap thing on this pencil. 'Cause I keep accidentally doing it, and it's so annoying. And I started with the not having it, so I don't think I'll miss it too much. Oh. Sometimes Spotify gives such strange recommendations that I don't fully understand. I've been getting a lot of like not English stuff lately. Which isn't inherently bad, but it's like always the most random language. Gave me like 3 French songs this week. Sometimes it's given me like, I don't know if it's like Farsi or what, but like an Arabic language. But like rap before. And it's like, I don't know why this is a thing that has suddenly decided to be given to me. It's almost always like rap when it gives me weird languages. Weird as in languages I do not speak and do not listen to. Arguably one of the more important genres of music to know the lyrics. So it's like, why? This way, I think, actually. But this line would come further down here, so I'm gonna move this up here. This is a whole disaster right now. Whole mess of tangents in this little zone. YouTube Premium. It's pretty good. Is it like, is it good? Is it like worth it? It never really seemed worth it to me, but I guess everyone's different, so that might not be a good question to ask. Maybe it's worth it for you, I don't know. Is there like still exclusive content like there was when they did like YouTube Red or whatever that was? Or is YouTube Premium like just ad-free YouTube? Like normal YouTube, but no ads? Not entirely sure, to be honest. It's part of why I don't have it. Didn't really seem like something I needed if I couldn't even articulate why it's different. Download videos, download music. You can download videos through YouTube? That surprises me. Wait, download as in like watch on the app but offline? Or like you get to save it to your computer? Because the latter is what I'm thinking. And that doesn't feel like a very YouTube thing to do. That seems like something they would not want you to have the ability to do. Have audio play when the app is closed. That's pretty good. There have definitely been a number of songs that are like YouTube only type songs that have been like, oh man, if only I could listen to this elsewhere. But that said, it has not been enough songs to really warrant the purchase, subscription, whatever, for me. I wanted to do like a really funky palette with this one, but the deeper I'm getting into this, the more I'm thinking it might not be a great idea. Record it with your phone's voice memo. Now you're thinking with portals, as they say. Chillhop music. I was trying a different thing today where I was listening to Spotify in one headphone with my desktop audio in the other. Mostly because there was a song that was kind of giving me a vibe for this one. And I didn't want to be insufferable. One of the things about me is, especially when I'm drawing a thing that like has a vibe from a particular song, is I will listen to that song for as long as it takes to finish the drawing on repeat. Haven't done it in a long time, so I was like, maybe I'll be able to do it. Want these lines to line up in a way that like makes sense, but also doesn't create a bunch of weird tangents and stuff. I feel like I talk about tangents more than most other artists I'm following. Maybe that's like a design background thing, but I find myself looking out for those quite a lot. Yeah, Max, that's a very cool thing. The problem that I've sort of run into about that is most songs that I encounter are on the other streaming platforms as well. So it is not often a huge problem. But it is sometimes a problem. Alright, I think I'm ready to start like getting into some of these other lines here. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to attempt to have some foresight and put these on another layer so that I can erase them a little more easily, and so that I can color them a little more easily later too. I'm hoping that will work. Hashtag Jake Facts. I'm like only just now catching up on the chat. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My process can be weird sometimes, but I suppose that's true of like everybody. Everybody does things their own way that works best for them. Some similarities outside of the hair. I am aware of this person. The unfortunate and annoying to me thing is that I found out about this person after kind of doing my thing with Cecil. And so, of course, the way that I sort of found out about them was kind of the way that you're bringing up this person right now, which is a lot of people who were like, this looks like so-and-so. And then I was like, I don't even know who that is. Until eventually I found out about them and I was like, oh, I guess so. That's weird. But I didn't want them to feel like I was randomly creeping on them. I think they used to follow me. I don't know if they still do or not. It's always kind of hard to tell when you take as long a break as I have from creating and posting things. Persona rather than the look. Yeah. I can see what you mean. It just kind of worked out that way that it was just like, oh. Mm-hmm. Don't remember how I usually do his hair. like the short kind. Like if I usually do that on a separate layer or not, I don't really know. I'll figure it out. Trying to put his hair on a separate layer here so that I can kind of come back and make any adjustments that I want to it later. Probably like that. Nope. But yeah, part of the like reason that finding stuff out like that is kind of annoying is that it's like it sort of makes you feel defeated in a way of like, dang, I thought I was being creative, totally original, only to find out that like that is not always the case. Or like an idea you had is very similar to an idea that somebody else had. I don't think I do much of anything for his hair over here. I think I mostly mess with color for this. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, like even if that's not the case, sometimes it's one of those things that you just kind of can get a little defeated about. Which is like a silly thing to get defeated about, but still. Can knock some of the wind out of you if you're like on a roll or whatever about stuff. But yeah, sometimes that's part of what makes creating things in the age of the internet a little disheartening. And part of the reason why I think in general as like a sort of general rule, This is not like a thing set in stone, of course. But generally, artists as a whole do not respond positively or as positively when you kind of show up to a thing that they made that's like, oh, this character looks exactly like this other character. And it's like, well, clearly I did not intend for this to happen. And again, it's one of those things of like, it's nobody's fault, really. And it's not necessarily inherently bad, but it just kind of makes you feel like, oh man, I guess I'm not as creative as I thought I was. Which can be a real bummer sometimes, you know? I'm gonna do this now before I forget about it later. But again, yeah, that's like not an all artists thing. Sometimes people enjoy finding out that sort of stuff. Anytime that has sort of happened with any of my boys, I have changed them so that does not happen, because that does bother me. When it's like, oh, this looks exactly like so-and-so. And then every time you post that person, you have to like defend yourself. It can be a real bummer. You did not offend Tizzle. No. Not at all. I'm just sort of like vamping. Sometimes I feel like I run out of stuff to talk about, so I will just sort of talk about anything for long stretches of time. I always get like a little bit self-conscious when I stream. I feel like I have to be slightly more entertaining than I usually am. Because if this was just me by myself, I would be sitting in silence. That's a good way to look at it, Silver. There's a book that for a long time was like one of the most recommended that I had seen all over the place of for artists in general, called Good Artist Copy, Great Artist Steal. And it was basically that same thing of like, there's all sorts of little things that influence you, whether you sort of realize it or not. Maybe this needs to be like here. Is that why this looks weird to me? And it's one of those things of like, if you can recognize that it is something that has been copied from somewhere, you have not filtered that thing enough times through your brain. But if it's like a smaller influence that is like indistinguishable from the thing it was influenced by, or I mean, that is, you know what I mean? Like if it's if it's a small enough reference that you can't tell that it was from something else, then that's how you know you've filtered it through your brain enough times, is the general gist of, I believe, what that book is about. I haven't actually read it. I'm not good at reading books. They put me to sleep, unless they have pictures, because I'm a child. Yeah. Okay. Put this here also. While I'm here doing stuff. But yeah, that argument I think is one that is much more prevalent in like, or at least that I see in like musical spheres and I guess more traditional art maybe sometimes. It really depends. It's one of those things of like, there are only so many colors. Or like there are only so many musical notes and you can only arrange them in so many ways. So eventually over time you have to sort of allow yourself to be influenced by other things in a way that sort of allows you to accept the fact that it is going to sound similar to something at some point. So, yeah, who knows? Nothing's original. Everything is from something else. Whatever, who cares? I guess. This looks better from here, but not anywhere else. I hate to do it, but I gotta. This needs to be ever so slightly closer to down here. Oops. I forgot what was on what layer. Okay. Ah. A little bit better, I think. Just gonna fill that whole thing in, I think. Yeah. Okay. May as well do this now. Oh, I gotta look up another thing. Okay. This one's the U shape. Oh. Don't want to move the whole layer, just this part. That's still too big, I think. Oh. Does that look about the same size? Probably not, right? This looks stupid and bad. Part of me wants to give him the same shape for both sides, just so I don't have to deal with this one. I don't know why I decided to make it this shape on this side. I like the design of it, but it's such a pain to draw every time. No door knockers, no. He has like the little Lucky Charm sort of hoof shape on one, and then like an arrow for the other one. I think my original decision to do it was supposed to be like a Cupid's arrow for the one side, and then like a bad luck charm for the other side. Because when you have like a lucky horseshoe or whatever, you're supposed to put it so that the U is facing up like that. Otherwise, all the luck spills out if you point it down that way. That's like the folktale version of it. So that's why that one's shaped like that. Completely stupid, like not at all ever a thing that will come up. But that was my original decision to do it. I don't think it has ever come up in any instance ever at all. So I have not had a reason to explain it until now. Is that everything? I think so. Okay. So now, do I want to use this funky palette that I found? Where I would do like this color for like most things. And maybe like this for that. Maybe I'll just kind of do this as like a way to sort of initially distinguish between some stuff. Oops. I'll try it and see how it goes. I may end up hating this. Oh yeah, the thing about horseshoes. I don't remember where I learned that from exactly. But that is apparently a thing. But that's why anytime you see like a horseshoe nailed to a wall, like hung up in somebody's house, it's pointing upward. It's not supposed to point down because it's like bad luck. I don't know if the actual reasoning is that the luck spills out or if that's just like a little fun thing that people say to help remember that that's the way it's supposed to be on the wall. Who can say? The horseshoe turned upside down. Yeah. Spooky stuff. Oh wait, speaking of things turned upside down, I almost forgot about his earring. I'll put it on. I'll put it on its own layer. How about that? Turn on this really quick. It needs to be above the hair layer, I'm now discovering. Make sure this is the correct layer. Okay, we're good. We're back in business. But yeah, that's one of those fun little details about stuff. Sometimes I just kind of find out about random knowledge and I try to incorporate it where I can. That's coming back to that whole everything is influenced by something else kind of stuff. Maybe I need to get a drawing glove. I keep touching stuff accidentally, messing stuff up. But yeah, maybe that's kind of coming back to that. Everything is part of something and referenced somewhere. Kind of comes back to that. So anytime I find random cool knowledge, I'll be like, oh, let me save that for something I need to include later. I'm almost certain I'm not going to use this color for this. But it is helpful for blocking in these masks, at the very least. I think part of the reason I'm not going to do this palette is because of the way that I'm drawing. This is kind of influenced by an artist whose name I cannot remember right now. But they use these really vibrant, like primary color palettes of just like reds and blues and gold. But they have a sort of flat cutout style to their work, as if like it's a bunch of different pieces of paper all kind of stacked on top of each other, with like fun textures in there too, which makes it gives it a lot of depth a lot of the time. But since I'm doing stuff with like outlines, I don't think it's going to work as well. And at this point, I've invested too much into these outlines to suddenly pivot away from them. So if it doesn't work, I will just go with normal colors. But that is where our reasoning for a lot of this kind of color stuff is coming from. I'm curious to see what this looks like. This is another one of those things that may not be anything. Kinda neat though. Let's try this. Kinda neat though. I might go with this. Good night, Tizzle. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Get plenty of rest. I may not go with this color for this. It might separate a little too much from what I'm doing here. I think I would primarily want like the reds for the background, the blues for the foreground type stuff. What about this color? No. It needs to be lighter than the skin, but like not so light that it's distracting. What about here? That's not bad. The sax gotta be playing. They saw their opportunity and they took it. I'm gonna try this color. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway. Oh, went too far. His shorts were shorter than I remembered. You like jazz? Turn up, hello. I didn't see you come in. How are things? We're having fun with some color palettes and a Cecil drawing. was too distracted by the saxophone. I was thinking about that's too much. This color maybe. Yeah. Why not? Somewhere like here though, I think would be better. Then I guess this for these little bits. I was trying to think of the name of what's his name? Brian Wecht put out a jazz album, and I couldn't remember what his like stage name for who he was as a jazz artist was. I just remember the name of the album was like Mature Situations, which is such a good name. Yeah, Ninja Brian put out a jazz album, or like is about to. I saw it promoted in the beginning of one of their videos that was like, hey, check this out. But I cannot remember his like jazz musician name. I know it was funny, but I can't remember what it was. There's nothing wrong with some jazz. Every now and then I'll get a good jazz recommendation from Spotify. I got like an extra large amount of it when the Cowboy Bebop remake was, or live action was coming out. And I was on a big jazz kick for a minute. Some saxy jazz. I will try this at this color and see how this looks. I don't hate this as much as I thought I would. Part of me kind of wants these colors to be reversed though. Like have the sort of cut up part of the jeans be this color. But actually I think this makes more sense. So I'll leave it for now. I need like Creeper Bro, hello. And thank you for the kind words. I hope you're doing well also. Do they extend beyond the belt loops? They're like normal belt loops. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. So I'm confused. Oops. But yeah, they work. They're like regular pants that someone has cut to make shorter. but I was kind of going for the, whatever the one Pokemon trainer's name is. Who has that sort of like... Let me try this, actually. There's a Pokemon trainer who has like cut shorts. I can't remember. Ash. No. From one of the games. I think it was it Black and White? Hold on. Let me Google this really quick. It was not Black and White. Which one was it? Oh, man. Maybe it was Ruby Sapphire. No. Dang. What was the one after that? I can like picture in my head what this one looks like, and the like counter version, the male version of this trainer had like long pants on, had like brown hair that kind of stuck out the sides of his hat. Was it Diamond Pearl? No. Let me just look this up. Hold on. Literally just typed in female Pokemon female trainer, and it's the first one. Hilda? Which one is she from? Which one is Hilda from? From Black and White. Okay. Oh, was my Google giving me Black and White too? Is that why it looked weird? Oh, she has like rips in like this zone as well, like up here. Like up here kind of as well. But I feel like that's probably too many details, so I'm not going to do that. Maybe I swap these colors. Oh wait, what about this? We'll see. I might come back and change this later. But I will use it for his hair, I think. Or at least this part of his hair. X and Y? I don't know, man. One of these, one of those games. Just look for Hilda, I guess, since that's apparently her name. On the wiki, though, it said her name was also White, so I assume that means she's from Black and White as well. But she has little jeans, and they have the pockets kind of sticking out because they're real short. That's the vibe we're going for with these shorts. I may need to reverse these colors as well, because this is the only instance where the sort of where the line art is like lighter than the fill inside of it, and it's gonna look weird when mixed with everything else. Unfamiliar with. Yeah, I don't know. The ones that I have the most memories of playing were Ruby, Sapphire, Black and White, and X and Y. So I know it's one of those three. One of those 3 times. Whoops. Yeah, let me try this instead. I like that better. Change some of those. That's not even that layer. Something like that, I guess. I'll do that color for his teeths. Maybe, kinda. I don't know. I don't know how that looks. I think what I'm also gonna do here is pull this a little closer to black. Yeah, just kind of darken these up a little bit more so it kind of sticks out against the other darker colors up here. A ton of lighting passes. Nice. Love a good lighting pass. Oop. Oop. Where's this coming from? These need to just be erased. Same with this guy over here. Yeah, lighting passes are always a good time. Never have too many lighting passes. I think I will say this color again. Ah. Where'd that layer go? Did I undo the layer? I may have undid the layer. It's fine. Oh, the hat. Hold on. Goodbye, hat. Nice to indulge. Yeah, that was like always my favorite part of, well, not my favorite part, but one of my favorite parts of doing Inktober. When I used to do those, would be like the first, the first thing back was always like the most vibrant colors that I could use after a month of just doing black and white. I need this to be clipped onto this layer as well. Is this the right color? Doesn't feel like it, but I think it is. It feels warmer than it was, you know? Had a feeling I overslept. Yeah. I slept a little too long. And also, like, sometimes on Fridays, I'm just, like, not feeling talkative. Because Friday is, like, one of my 2 days off. I basically get a weekend of Friday, Saturday most days, or most weeks. So Friday, because most people are doing stuff, like working, sometimes I will go like the whole day without talking to anybody. And sometimes it's kind of nice. Gives you some time to like recharge or whatever. I think I will go with this color for here. Nope, I won't do that because that looks like it's transparent or something. This color maybe? This kind of zone in here. Yeah, that's probably fine. As long as it doesn't look like it's too distracting. Like I want the person to read as a singular kind of shape. And to that end, these are probably a little too bright. Somewhere like in here, I think. Something like that. Oop. Don't be alarmed, I was unplugging my headset. Ooh. Okay. I don't know what I want to do with these eyes. What if I do this? What happens if I do this? It would help if I chose the color I actually wanted to use. That might even be too bright. I don't hate it. Let me come back to here. Let me grab not this brush. A good way that you can sort of add some contrast between your character in the foreground and the background is to sort of give them, I kind of learned this trick from like concept art. You see this a lot in like concept art stuff. You give them like inverted gradients. So like your background, if you have it like light at the top and then dark at the bottom, you put a gradient on the character in the foreground that's light on the bottom and dark on the top. That helps it to kind of pop out a little from the background some. Doesn't work every time, but it can work if you're doing like just grayscale stuff or just like flat colors in general. Like it's a pretty good spot to start. Maybe this color. I gotta find that reference again, hold on. Okay. This is very just blocking in color, like various shapes. I'm going to barely adhere to this later. This is just so I can get the general, like, where lights are gonna kind of primarily hit. For my reference here. Tiny bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. I'm basically just trying to very vaguely kind of block in these spots so that I don't have to keep staring at the reference so much. Something like that. It's like a little bit over here as well. These are all of our brightest lights. And we got kind of a sort of other set of like, well, this wouldn't be like that. This would be kind of here. Nope, kind of here. Kind of here. Kind of here. Like that, I think. No, I have not shared the reference. And actually, let me kind of come in here. This will be about here. I'm kind of going back and undoing what I'm doing. Just sort of like, I started as kind of focusing on light period, but now what I'm trying to do instead is I've already sort of determined I'm going to make a second sort of light pass here. So I want to get this all kind of on the same wavelength of like, these are the brightest spots. And then I'll come in and do the other spots that are not quite as bright, but are still kind of bright. This isn't here at all. I made that up. Oh, this is more like that, actually. I didn't have my phone close enough to my face. moves so quickly between the layers. Oh yeah, that's part of what I like about working on an iPad and Procreate in particular is a lot of the like movement stuff is very similar to just using an iPad in general, like how you would intuitively move if you were like on your phone, for example. So it feels like you can kind of go a little bit quicker. It's kind of like this. This one is a little more like this. And then here is where I get some of that sort of whole zone here. I made this up, but that's fine. I'm gonna have to come in here and sort of subtract later. Oops. Shape more like that. That light isn't this one isn't here at all. But I'm adding it in for a little bit of extra like dimension. Couldn't think of what the word was. It's going to help to sort of sell the shapes of this form a little bit more. I think. Same with these here. None of these are actually in this reference. Maybe. Probably some here, probably some there. Probably a little bit over here as well. Which is again a sort of made up bit here. So it'll look more like that. And then this is also not in this reference, but I think it'll be fun to get some sort of reflected light in here. This would be kind of in here, that would be kind of in there. Kind of like that there. This would be kind of here. Be kind of there. That would be there. Like that there. Something like this, I think. Yeah. Probably some here. Probably some here. Probably some in various places here. Completely forgot to do that for all of this stuff. Probably be like that. This would probably be no more than like this, I think. Yeah. Okay. So I'll do that last. And then some sort of shadows in here to really round this out. This, I think, actually. Sort of very, very, very roughing a lot of these shapes in. This is a step that is completely unnecessary, by the way. I'm mostly just kind of doing this so I can just sort of get a very general handle on if the values kind of seem correct. Like for where all of the darkest things are versus the lightest things. There would be plenty of these underneath. I'm not even going to bother with those. That wouldn't be there. That wouldn't be there. That wouldn't be there. This would kind of be here. Kind of be here. Something like that. This whole side of the face would be shadow. That down there would be shadow. Something like that. This whole zone over here would be shadow for sure. And just for funsies, we'll do a second shadow pass for like a handful of spots. Okay. Call this rough lights. Hire me to do the lighting on your drawings. I don't really know how to describe how I do lighting. I just try to, I don't know. I'm always very bad at my explanation of how I do it. A lot of the like influence in terms of like where and how the shapes that compose the way that I light things are made. A lot of that comes from cartoons, comics. In fact, I might try to do a fun comic way to do these shadows this time. That might be fun. It depends on how tired I feel by the time I get through all these lighting layers. But yeah, a lot of that stuff is kind of traced to cartoons, comics, where the like turnarounds are high, like quick, so you can't really be super duper detailed about like the gradients between colors and all the like actual natural things that happen in light. I just break it up into like simplest shapes a lot of the time. Basically kind of like if I had to cut all of these out and kind of stack them on top of one another, I could. Where is my shape not closed at? Is it there? Yes. It's probably more like that. Where I'm basically in a like almost binary way of like either there is light or there isn't. And wherever there is not is where the shadows go, is basically what it boils down to. in terms of like how the shapes are shaped. It's not always the most accurate, but sometimes it's accurate. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, a lot of the sort of... I'll turn this down even more because it's like a little distracting. A lot of the sort of like where they go comes from just general observation. I find myself kind of staring off into space in that way a lot of the time. Of like, I'll look at a picture or even like a person randomly out in the world, and I'll be like, oh, this is where the shadows would go if I was drawing this. Now, granted, this does not always work. The way that I do lighting does not always work. The like key to it is a very harsh, dramatic lighting. Once you get into like softer sort of muted kind of lighting situations, this sort of falls apart. Not entirely, but like in a way that is a little more difficult to do. So with that stuff, you kind of have to make it up sometimes. Now, yeah, this is going to not work exactly the way that it is in the reference, but that's fine. I'll try to like leave a little bit for it, I guess. That's the other thing too. Reference is great, but it is also just reference. Do not feel beholden to your reference image. You can do whatever you want. You do not have to stick 100% to the reference just because it is your reference. Oh man. The thing I'm thinking of doing is going to make this take like so long. Because it only works sometimes with the way that I do stuff. Like my workflow doesn't always make this method reasonable. But there is a sort of a lighting technique that you see in comics sometimes, not always, but there are a couple of like lighting artists that do this that I'm always like, dang, I want to do that. But it's always such a huge pain to do. Where basically all of the places where I'm putting shadow and light now are like step one of the way that they do the lighting. Where they will have like these sort of general shadow shapes, but then within that there's like a gradient also. The process that I usually use for lighting usually makes that like incredibly annoying to do, in a way that like I am comfortable with, because I fear commitment with my drawings. But basically the way that works is you would sort of establish a sort of I'll put that here. Like where the light goes, and then within that you kind of mess around with gradients. Here, I'll kind of show you an example. So like if I select this here, you would sort of use like these shadow shapes as like the mask of where your shadows go, right? So if I wanted like, oops, it would help if I had a new layer to put this on. I would want like shadows kind of like this, where it's like in sort of the darker spots. But here's like where the problem kind of arises, is like here on this thigh area, this works. But like once you get to like up here, you'll kind of end up messing up the other stuff you already put down. But that's a way to get like a little bit more interesting kind of shadow shapes, which is what I'm planning to do, but not like that exact way. I'm sort of hoping to do that with some of the lighting, and hope that that is like enough to give the vibe that I want to give. Because you don't have to do it everywhere, is the other thing that I've noticed. Because sometimes even when you do it that way everywhere, certain spots just don't, like the area is too small, so you just end up filling the whole spot with color anyway. I hope that makes sense. I feel like I don't explain myself well sometimes. Well enough. Well, I appreciate it, and I'm glad that I could help at least a little bit. But it's kind of hard to explain without like examples, and I don't have any examples on me right now. But it's like a very specific kind of vibe. I can think of like a couple Spider-Man comics where I'm remembering this. Some Nova comics where I'm remembering this. Like, check out some of the early Miles Morales Spider-Man specifically, and you can get a very clear idea of what I'm talking about. I don't remember the artists who worked on those, but they're the style that I'm kind of talking about here. Where there's a sort of like clear delineation between your light and your shadows, but within that there's also like gradients and variation in a way that is natural looking. Hiccup? What? Oh no, that was probably me moving my microphone. It makes weird sounds when I do that, but if I don't move it around when I move around, then it sounds even weirder. Wait, what was it you were saying? I'm so confused now. I feel like I missed when you said that, so now I don't know what I was even talking about. Oh, about the short shorts. I see. Ooh, Christmas cookies. Delicious. Oops. That was me moving the microphone again, if it made another weird sound. All kinds of weird, unsavory noises. What do you mean? Oh, like I can blame the microphone for any weirdness? I could do that, but I respect you all too much for that. I would be honest with you if I made a weird sound. Trash can knocked over. Sorry, the microphone. Sorry guys. Microphone's being weird again. I don't know what the deal is. Just like raccoons rummaging through garbage in the background or something. It's not even the microphone itself as well, which is the annoying thing. It's the arm that the microphone is mounted to. It's also the reason that the little animated guy down there sometimes bounces for no reason, because it's like very sensitive. So sometimes if I tap hard enough, it makes just enough of a vibration to kind of be picked up as talking for the sake of the little PNG tuber program. That we can pretend to be hiccups, yes. He just constantly always has hiccups. But the problem is that my desk is too, like, not like the desk itself is too thick, but there's like a lip around the edges of my desk. That makes it so that in order for me to like mount stuff, like attach stuff to my desk, it has to be able to clear that, or at least be as wide as that, so that I can clamp stuff onto that. So my options for microphone mounts are quite limited. Unfortunately. Like all the ones that everyone always recommends on the internet or whatever are all like far too large to clear this one little, not even an inch high gap. Posture check and hydrate. I should honestly bring those back simply because I need to do that more. And in fact, let me get a drink. Hold on one second. Okay. Oof. I did some stretches also. C-clamp from a hardware store. That could work. I don't want it to be like big and obnoxious is the other thing. So this will be one of those kind of zones where I would want a softer light. So what I'm thinking of doing is, instead of going like full on everything is a gradient, I'm just going to soften the edges of like certain spots. Sometimes that works, sometimes it does not. So I will see if it works this time. But you'll see what I mean when I get there. Which hopefully isn't too long, but... one of the ones that drops down from the ceiling. If I had something on, like, the ability to mount it onto my ceiling, I would consider it. Just like a boom mic. Yeah, I mean, one of the solutions that I've seen in terms of like audio for streaming and things is the type of microphone that goes into a boom mic generally is called a shotgun mic. It's like a long microphone, I guess. But when it's in the boom, it's usually got that big fuzzy sock thing over it. The point of those microphones is to capture audio like a distance away from the microphone. So you get good sound quality, but you're not like constantly right up on it all the time. And if you move away from it, you still sound decently well. So that is like a solution. But I am not like I'm not active enough for that kind of microphone. I'm usually pretty sedentary, just like chilling at my desk. And B, it's expensive. This type of microphones can get very expensive very quickly. Plus, you also need all of the other like audio stuff that kind of goes along with like expensive microphones, and I don't have that right now. The microphone that I'm using is kind of a transition between those two systems of like you can use it with like all of the high-end audio routing stuff like a mixer and XLR cables and stuff like that, but it also works with like USB-C, and so I'm using it with USB for now, with the idea that maybe someday I will eventually kind of get the other appropriate interfaces and connections and whatnot. But I'm not that guy yet. But high-end audio stuff is like a very easy way to sink a few $100s. You dated a guy named Boom Mic Guy? Wait. I think I missed something. This is the problem that occurs when you don't constantly have your eye on the chat. And there's like a delay also. No, I missed a bad joke. Bad jokes are the best kind of jokes. Love a good dad joke. Oh, shotgun mic. That's not a bad joke. That's pretty good. You gotta give yourself some more credit. This will be easier to do as a subtractive method, so I'm just gonna fill this whole thing in. And just kind of subtract away the little bits of light that'll kind of show up here. No delusions of adequacy. Well, that's good, because it is more than adequate. So there. Take that, delusions. Stop gassing you up. Never. If you're here in this chat, or even later, watching this on YouTube, if you can hear the sound of my voice right now, you're amazing. Don't let anyone tell you different. And that means you, turnip. Cap. No cap. We took the cap off, remember? The cap is gone. Only the truth. Oh no, the hat's back. No! Alright, well, the hat's back. But it is still true. You're amazing. too quick. Ah. I may have to use a different color for his hair specifically. Yeah, I could add whatever I wanted to this guy. My initial plan, when I first made all the stream related upgrades, was I was gonna get Starfield, and I was gonna play Starfield as the one big game I was playing on the stream. But I had Baldur's Gate 3 because I was playing it with some friends, so I was like, I'll just play this instead. But I made a whole spacesuit for this guy for Starfield stream. Eventually, though, I just kind of decided against using it. So I stopped making it. But yeah, the plan was I was gonna do a whole Starfield thing. I was gonna do a Baldur's Gate thing, kind of like I did for Night in the Woods when I made a separate little thing for that. The thing about the program itself is that it's very easy to use and quick. You can update it very quickly. Since essentially the way that it functions is each little, the program itself is what causes the motion. So I'm essentially just drawing an image and separating it out into pieces, and the program itself is what does the rest. So yeah, I can make a bunch of stuff really quick. It's just a matter of sitting down to do it. A beanie? Yeah, I could do a beanie at some point. The problem is that well, I guess it's not really a problem. I'm just lazy. Is the main issue. The only thing stopping me is my lack of free time and the lack of a will to add a bunch of goofy costume things. Is that everything? I think so. Yeah. So let me see if this works. This is kind of what I'm thinking for softening some of this stuff up. missed a spot also, but that's fine. Something like that. Yeah. And it's not like an everywhere thing. I'm just gonna do this in like a couple of key spots. So like belly was kind of one of them. This would be another one. Basically all of the like biggest shapes I'm sort of going for here. And I'm also working like a far distance away from where I'm kind of putting the brush. I don't know if that made sense. I basically have I'm using a very large eraser brush, and when I'm doing the actual erasing part, I am placing it very far away from what I actually want erased to get like as smooth a shape as possible. I think that's about all I want to do for that. Otherwise, I'll like overdo it. Okay. So let's go in here. Vegas showgirl headdress. The removal doesn't work so much because again, it's like pieces of things. So like the chest shirt area is like a piece, right? So I couldn't just like turn the shirt off because there's nothing beneath the shirt. Sorry to break the illusion if that breaks the illusion, but since we're talking about it, I'm going to talk about it. But I would have to do like a separate torso, I guess. So I would essentially have to like make a new version of the chest area and then like reparent a bunch of stuff. It's a whole thing. The program is like, it makes all of this easy to do. It's just, I don't want to do it. I only have so many free hours in the day, you know? Maybe eventually, because I do have a tendency to sort of go back and change stream stuff all the time, just when I get a goofy idea of a thing I want different. So maybe eventually, but for now at least, it's just hat on, hat off. Now I need gassing up. It's not that I can't do it, it's that I don't want to do it. Because it's like extra work. Not to say that I will never do it, but at this point in time, I don't want to do it. It may happen eventually, but not for now, at least. Not for a little while. It has to be like a special occasion or like a game I really like or something. Like part of the reason that I did the Night in the Woods stuff is because the character designs in that game are pretty minimal in a lot of ways. It's a lot of like shapes, which kind of works well for this this program. And it was one of those like, oh, I can figure out what shapes go where to make things. Get just a little bit of extra depth here in the hair. Hat's back. Gone again. What I would like to do is sort of, if I was to add a bunch of goofy hats, I would want to try and find a way to make the channel reward redeem thingy to sort of choose one of the hats at random. But I have to like look into, there's a program that I want to use to try and do that, but I don't know if it works with this software. So I have to find that out, and once I find that out, you can expect more goofy things, possibly, if it works. Children, what's happening? Oh, the chibi versions, okay. So, sometimes, man, I just miss like a sentence and I don't know what's going on in the chat anymore. For like outfits and stuff, yeah, that would be a fun thing to do. But again, it all depends on if the software that I would like to use to make that happen, if that works with the software that I use to make the guy do stuff in the first place. Am I forgetting something? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I was forgetting something. It was over here. Use a lot of the GIFs on IG. I'm glad that you get so much use out of them. There's been a trend going on today on Twitter for some reason where people are posting like the Telegram stickers that they use most as their like reactions to things. And I've seen the bears show up a couple times. So that always feels pretty good. Where it's like, oh, people use the things that I made sometimes. That's great. I'm glad. Oh, another thing I should mention while I'm kind of on some shadow stuff is that whole thing about the blurring of like certain shapes or whatever. Like this shadow shape up here, for example. This doesn't work quite so well on like fabric and things. So this technique is a thing that I would use for skin only, because the light on fabric doesn't always behave the same way, depending on what the fabric is. So the way that I kind of simplify that is just harsh shapes for fabrics always. And basically, anytime I want to use that like soft shadow technique, I guess we're calling it. I only ever do that on skin tones or like skin areas. I sort of found that through trial and error of like, hey, this doesn't work here sometimes. And I think that's part of why. So sometimes if you feel like if you're doing like soft shadows kind of everywhere and you feel like it doesn't quite look right, maybe try only doing it on skin segments and not on like everything, but leaving like hair and fabric with like harsher stuff. Sometimes that works. Okay. think that's everything for those ones. Turn this off. I keep these around. Just in case I need to come back to them later on. But to give you a kind of idea to back what I was talking about before about going very far away, where I'm actually pressing when using the eraser for this image is like over by, I can't really show you. Wait, maybe I can. Will this show up? No. Over by this spot is where my hand was. And I was kind of slowly moving it like from here this way to get to where I felt comfortable these shadows should be. So I'm starting a ways off and kind of gradually inching my way closer to some soft shadow shapes. Oh wait, I changed the brush, I think. And I'm just kind of moving in like soft, small circles here. I want to kind of keep the same overall shape that I'm using. I just want to soften up the edges of it. So I don't want to erase too much. Might darken this up a little bit more because I'm just remembering now that there's a lighter layer that kind of lives in these shadows. This is our actual light layer. Oof. Turn this down even more because it's quite bright. To rebel against family as a cry for attention. He does it as, well, the way he would put it, I suppose. He does it as an act of charity. This is his gift to you, the viewer. Cecil's one of those people who's like, I know why you're here. I know what you've come here for. And just for you, I will oblige. He's like Xerxes in 300. I am a benevolent god. I will grant that which you desire, for I am a generous and benevolent ruler. So this is an Applebee's. But yeah, that's sort of where Cecil's at. It's a Fridays. My apologies. So sorry. My mistake. TGI Cecil's. He's an influencer. I mean, I guess, kinda. Yeah, I suppose. He influences people. So I guess by a very technical definition, yeah, I guess he's an influencer. Oops. I have no idea if this is going to work. With where I just placed that. I know why you're here. He's here to give the people what they want. He's seen how you guys behave in this chat when he shows up. Just have money. Duh. Some of the appeal, I guess, of overlapping your light and shadow layers in this way is, as Bob Ross would kind of put it, it makes it look like you spent a lot more time mixing colors around than you did. People will look at that and think you spent hours on it, but really you just did a couple little things and changed some blending modes. And suddenly you've got this rich depth of color and whatnot. I should do this also on these little pocket rippy thingies as well. So I will. Just trying to do this in a few spots. I don't want to go too overboard with the sort of bounced light here. This is one of those kind of details that, like, very, very easy to use too much. I'm just kind of trying to keep it to a couple of things. Oh, the hat's back. Hat's back. Gotta blow the hugs on something. I gotta bring back the hugs, the actual hugs from the boys reward, but I forget how I had it set up, so I have to remember how to set it up again. I think there would also probably be a little bit here. These sort of like pointy edges that I'm trying to get rid of is part of why I tried to sketch out all of these sort of shapes ahead of time. Having to like chisel away at them like this sometimes looks strange. Okay. Put this down here. Set this to like... Honestly, this is probably the way it needs to go. Ah! What just happened? I need to stop resting my hand on the on the iPad the way that I am. I keep sliding things around that I don't need to be sliding around. A slight peep behind the curtain though is to get these time lapses under a minute. Sometimes I will bring them into iMovie. Speed them up even more than Procreate does. Nope. I just want this zone and this zone. Ah. Oops. Oop. Another thing I'm also trying to do with the sort of gradual erasing stuff is I'm trying to do it all in one like motion, like not picking up the pencil until the very end, so that way I only have to hit undo like once if I don't like it. Something like that, I guess. Oh. Need the actual color here. Okay. If I get them long enough. Yeah. Sorry, I'm only just now catching up on the chat again. Let me scroll up a little bit. Hold on. I feel like I missed a bunch. Jesse's hug more nuanced. Maybe. He's a grumpy boy though. So who knows? Maybe it'll stay pretty grumpy. And yeah, that's how I usually do them for longer than 30. Tragically, this is another area where Clip Studio Paint is a little bit more helpful for an artist, because you can just kind of choose the length of the time-lapse stuff. So you can just make it 60 seconds. But for some reason, Procreate only lets you do 30 seconds, and I don't like that. I want to know why that is the way that it is. But I don't know that there's a good explanation for it out there anywhere. Just want him to like me. He doesn't like most people. So don't feel bad. It takes a while for him to like people. He has to get to know you first. Or something. I can change. It's not a phase, Mom, I swear. See him take the advice. Which advice? I don't remember. I can change him advice. Things don't have to be this way. I can change him, I know it. I can fix him. Deal with customers before you had coffee. Feels like a bad idea. Just like in general. fired by noon. Can't talk to remote coworkers without coffee. Oh man. I am, despite what you may believe from the name, I'm not a coffee drinker. I had a bad first experience with coffee, and I haven't had it since then. I haven't had a desire to have it, which has been nice, actually, from the stories I've heard from people, with how much money they spend on coffee all the time. So, good things, unexpected packages, and all that. In your growler profile. The unexpected packages thing? Wait, what depends on how old? Are these two separate thoughts that I'm not following? Oh, desire for coffee depends on how old. Yeah. If you've been drinking it for a long time, I imagine the desire is much stronger. Or you can just be like me and don't drink it at all because you're traumatized. But you save money on not having to drink coffee. The only downside is you have to when people are like, oh, we should hang out and get coffee sometime, you have to think of something else to get when you're in a place that gives coffee. That's the only struggle, really. In the cold times, you can have hot cocoa or something, but I usually also kind of avoid hot cocoa too. Unless it's if it's a powdered stuff, it's usually very bad. So I don't usually drink hot cocoa unless I'm with a person and they make it with actual chocolate. Soda or juice, yeah. Those are good ways to go. If I'm ever at a Starbucks for a hangout with people, I'm the person who usually gets donuts and whatever non-coffee drink I can find on the menu. Always a good time for donuts. Not worried a ton about the bottom of this, because this is another spot that's gonna get that sort of gradient treatment. Chocolate old-fashioned, Bavarian cream, Boston cream. You guys making me want donuts now. I usually just go with a classic chocolate dipped donut. It's very hard to mess up. So you're more likely to get a pretty good one. Plus it's an easy enough donut that basically anywhere that has donuts will have one of these. Sometimes you get places with specialty stuff, and you can never find it anywhere else. That's always really annoying, so my fallback is usually the old classic. Trying to avoid having too much overlap, and actually let me come down here and kind of expand on this a little. I don't want to have too much overlap with where the shadows are. Partially because it usually looks weird when that happens, and also because I kind of want to give a neutral zone of transition between where the shadows begin and where the light ends. So I want to try and leave some space for that. This is that made-up light. So if it looks goofy later, and I get rid of it, then you know that it's because it was never there to begin with. Funny interaction I've had with a customer. I don't know. don't find a lot of humor in dealing with other people. It's usually somewhat annoying for me. None of those lights are there either, but I'm adding them just for fun. I mean, what I would rather be doing most of the time is what I'm currently doing, which is drawing my goofy boys, sometimes on the internet, but not always. Doesn't have to be. So when I interface with other humans who request things of me, it usually takes away from my ability to at least think about doing this. Which is always a bit of a bummer for me personally. If it were up to me, this would be my job. I would do this all the day, all the day, every day. Apparently not speaking though, because I am unable to do that. But the drawing parts I would do. Present company excluded indeed. Most times people like from the internet, at least in the context of like my goofy drawings, are generally pretty cool. It's just like day-to-day people who are like, well, I don't know if any of y'all art peoples in the chat experience this quite as much as I do, or if I get it more because as a day job I am a graphic designer. But once people find out you make art, everyone wants a logo for me for some reason. Even if you're like not at all in design world. Like before I was even really doing design stuff, once people found out I could draw, it was like, hey, you should make this logo for me. And it's like, no. That isn't the same thing. I don't think you understand. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's like, you know, a fun little side thing you get to do for a friend or whatever, but not all the time. And sometimes people are very persistent in a way that is not fun. Like I've known a few people who every time I see them, the only thing that they have to say to me is, hey, you should come up with a logo for me. And it's like, I'm just going to stop talking to you if this is the only thing you're going to say. But yeah, I've noticed that even like other art friends that I had in like art school who were not going to school for design have all sort of commiserated with me about this, where it's like, I'm in school to animate things. I'm here to draw cartoons. What makes you think I'm gonna make a logo for you? Like, why would you assume that that would be a good idea? It's like going to a mechanic and being like, hey, I've got this weird drainage issue at my house. Can you come fix this for me? And it's like, why? And then the person would go like, oh, well, there's pipes on the car. Surely you know how the pipes in my home work, so you know, you can fix my home. And it's like, I probably could, if given enough time, figure it out, but you know, you would be better off just asking a person who's actually knowledgeable. Yeah, that seems fine. We are getting all over the place with these colors. It's pretty fun, TBH. Hold on, I'm moving my microphone again if you hear any weird sounds. Okay. Gonna put this down here. Oops, I need the airbrush. Probably even bigger than this. Oh, I was like, where's this coming from? I think I can also kind of grab these edges a little bit as well. Yeah. Okay. Trying to get like a pretty gradual kind of gradient on some of these spots, so you'll see me sort of reduce the opacity a little bit in certain places. To try and get like the whole thing on a little bit of a gradient before kind of coming back and soften it even more. That's too big. A lot of this is just like a trial and error situation. It's too small. No. It's so crazy how like just the tiniest little percentage can change everything with these. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm checking the chat again finally. The vague suggestions of payment are always a fun time. Gotta love the exposure payment, the classic. Of like, well, how much can you pay me? And it's like, well, I can't really pay you anything, but I can help get your name out there. I got all these followers, and I could tell all of them how good and cool you are. Those are always my favorite. I also love when people try to do the exposure thing and then they get like mad when you turn them down. That's always fun too. Where they're like, well, good luck getting noticed without my help. And it's like, well, clearly you found me, so I think I'm doing okay. But yeah, this sort of technique that I'm doing now is like very similar to the thing I was talking about with the comics. Where you still have the like areas of light and shadow, but like within those areas there's like a gradient still. Adds a lot of depth. It can be really cool. The downside of it is that it just takes like twice as long, and once you're sort of committed to it, you're committed to it. Like once I kind of make a bunch of erase strokes, I can't really go back and unerase them. That's part of why I've been like saving each of these layers separately further down, so that if I don't like something, I can just kind of go back to it and copy paste what I want back into place. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do a completely different situation for the hair, tragically, because it is not gonna work out too great with this current technique, just based on the way that the colors are interacting with the hair. So but luckily we're like nearly done, so I can kind of move on to that in a little bit here. So now we're basically kind of going through the same sort of light areas here. These are like the lightest parts of the light. There's a couple other like little extra bonus type deals I could do here as well, that I may or may not do. We'll see. To sort of help the light areas pop out a little bit more. Can go back in with like some highlights and some soft glowy brushes and things like that. So we'll see how it goes. Could be cool, could be not so cool. There's really only one way to find out. The other thing too, I guess, while I'm here doing these things, is I'm sort of like roughly, loosely following the shapes from the sketch that I kind of figured it out earlier on. When I did the like rough sketch for these lighting passes, I did them independently from one another. So I wasn't looking at where the shadows were, wasn't looking at where the like secondary lighting stuff was. When I was doing the like brights layer that I'm working from now, I was just looking at where those were. So some of these things you will see me sort of like change where I'm placing them relative to where it was on the sketch, only so that it sort of more closely lines up with where some of the other lighting stuff is already. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, I'm trying to avoid having too many weird overlap interactions, so I want to try and keep all of the lightest light stuff with the rest of the light stuff. I don't want them to cross into where the shadows are or outside the bounds of where the light already is. I want to try and keep that as close to the... Oh boy, my hand skipped there. Kind of as close to where the light stuff already is in general. So I don't get any weird like overlapping things. Don't cross into the shadow realm, it's true. You should only go there if you are defeated in children's card games. These two spots, though, were pretty intentionally like left out of the other light stuff. Because I knew I was going to get them on this pass and not the other pass. Probably be something here, I think. Oh, there's a little bit over here. The song feels like the remix of like a Silent Hill song. It's weird. I don't know how I feel about it. Hat time again. Is this the most on-offs we've had for the hat in a stream? There is no shirt toggle off. I don't have a version of him that doesn't have a shirt. Unless you mean Cecil, I guess. But his shirt's already like mostly off, so I can't really toggle that one back on at this point. That's another spot where we're going to blur a bunch of stuff, so I'm not really concerned. Only hugs. I still randomly get people buying that shirt, even though I haven't talked about it in like forever. But I'll get random Redbubble emails that are like, hey, someone bought that Only Hug shirt again. And I'm like, oh yeah, that exists in the world. I forgot. I'm glad people enjoy it, but I get a jump scare every time. Where I'm like, oh, that's right. I forgot that I made this. I think that's everything. Oh wait, there's some up here as well. Not a ton, but some. What I think I may do is just copy paste the all the lighting stuff on his hair and just kind of mess around with the blending modes and the color and stuff to kind of make it fit a little better. I don't want that actually. I lied, I kind of do. Too small a brush. Oops. Yeah, the red bubble is still up. Still got all those things with all those patterns on it. Something like that, I think. It's too big. I hate how big of a difference it is between like 4 and 5% on the brush size. It's hard for you to like see it because of the way that these selections kind of work, but on one of these I'm like literally up against the shape that I'm trying to erase, and on the other one I'm like a full screen away. And it's like not even that big of a percentage difference. It's kind of wild. Is that everything? No, it is not. Mm-hmm. Oh, duh. The biggest spot. I think that's good enough. Um, so now I can start messing with blending modes for things. I'm gonna fully blur this, set it to add, and that gives us like a bit of an extra glow effect here. And the thing I was kind of talking about earlier is if I come in here and I kind of above the above the sort of line art layer, kind of touch this a couple times in all these little spots. Can blur this a little bit, set it to like add or something, turn it down some, and you get this kind of like hazy, kind of like glowy effect of sort of like imitating reflected light, but not like fully. And I could even do that with that with this down here a little bit too, to sort of give a reflective quality to this light as well. Something like that, I guess. There's something I wanted to mess with. Oh yeah, the hair. Let me just fully that can stay where it is. Didn't want to do that. I'm just trying to very specifically get the stuff that is on the hair and nothing else. Some of these are a bit close to the outer edges of this line, so I might start getting some stuff I don't really want here in some spaces, but I think it'll be fine. Let me fill that in just so I can more easily grab it later. Oh, I know what I want to do. This might be an easy way to do this. Just gonna completely duplicate this. Grab this only for the hair stuff. Invert that. Oh no. Clear that. I'm essentially just going to be doing this for all of these layers. And also for the other light layers as well. Only I'm not going to invert the selection for these. Okay. So I think if I grab this color instead, maybe. Something like that, I think. I don't know what layer this is supposed to be. Oh, this is the red reflection layer. I didn't have anything on that layer for his hair. Okay, so now I kind of want to darken this up a little bit. Let's grab. What do we want? This might work. It works. I do kind of like the sort of effect that we had where it's like much lighter than everything else. But if I start going too light, then it begins to sort of get a little lost, I think. Which one's this layer? Okay. Okay. Nope, not that layer. here? Is it you? Can sort of come in here now, and now that we've done all our lighting passes, I can kind of knock some of these back a little bit. I essentially want these to be like visible, but not as visible. I want to sort of alleviate some of that weight that some of these lines can bring by just kind of being as dark as they are. And a way to do that is to just kind of make them a different color that is kind of closer to the colors around them. I'm not going to do this for everything, obviously, just a few of these spots, but this is part of why we put all of these on their own kind of separate layer. So we can kind of come back in here and push some of these back a little bit. I need to probably make this a little bit darker, just to kind of more differentiate the fact that these are pants. Probably about that much. Same with the shirt, I think, too. Is it this layer? Yeah. Just to kind of make it a little bit more noticeable that he's wearing stuff. Maybe even a little darker on those. Okay. So I don't need this anymore. Don't need either of these anymore. Can turn this back on. Where'd that other light layer go? Didn't I have a red one? Oh, it was this one. Duh. I might keep some of this. Oop. Might keep some of this. Just so you can clearly see it a little bit more here. Okay, so now we wanna do another kind of maybe not this light. Maybe this one. Set this to like add maybe. Color dodge isn't bad, actually. Ah. I'm just kind of trying to push some of these values a little bit more. Kind of help lead the eye more towards the center. Adding a couple little vignette layers can kind of help that sometimes. These even lower. Yeah, that's not that bad. If I wanted to get really fancy with it, I could like grab some of these other. Where's it at? One of these is like light or something. Yeah, here we go. Grab some of these like bokeh. Just kind of plop these all over the place. And then where's my stars one? That could be fun. No. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit here. Just gonna group all this together, call this effects. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I need all this. I kind of like it. I don't know if it needs it though. I think just based on the fact that it's this guy, I'll leave it. I want this color. Something like that, I guess. Let me see if this does anything. It may not. I'm gonna try it anyway. Let's add some gradient maps to kind of see if I can unify some of these colors a little bit. Yeah, that already like brightens everything up a lot. Sometimes overlay is pretty helpful. Let me see if another one will kind of help. If I just go from like here. This could be a complete disaster. I honestly have no idea. It already kind of feels like it is, but... This is the type of gradient map that I will never use, except for this one particular instance. And it doesn't really do anything, so I'm probably gonna completely delete that later. All the colors are a little too different. I think this might be good. I think this might be where this one stops. Just out of curiosity though, what does this look like if I give him a regular skin tone? What color is his skin usually? I think it's usually the same color as Jesse. This is actually not bad, is the thing. Oh no, wait, his skin is this color. That's right, I forgot. He's more tan because his hair is more blonde. White. Minty. Honestly, I kind of like this a lot. Maybe I just change this color. It's crazy how like easy that works. Oh, I just realized I stopped. The animation guy stopped talking and moving. Is it worth it to fix? I'm like at the end, so I'm not gonna fix it. I'm just gonna make him look more normal, I guess. The good thing is that like most of these things are basically the color they would have been anyway, so it's not a big deal. I just have to change like his eyes. Oh no. But I think I will set this to be this color instead. Yeah, he's bopping up and down. It's like two separate functions. The bopping up and down is like an OBS thing, so it'll do that regardless. But the actual software kind of failed tragically. Okay, so if he is this color now, I don't need to worry about that being not the right color. Could even probably make this lighter, which I do kind of like. But my only issue with that is that it stands out a little too much from the background. Doesn't quite blend properly. Set this to that color. Oh, that's the zipper. Where is it? This? Okay. Is this the shirt? Yeah. That can stay. Actually, I want to change this color to be this, maybe? Not quite that. About this color. I want it to be like different enough from the shorts color. That seems fine. This color. Just for good measure. If we're changing the colors, we may as well change all the colors, right? The interesting thing is that the these dudes, these little gradient maps still kind of work, even if like half the colors are different now. Where's that coming from? Where's that coming from? Okay, it's nowhere over there. It must be one of these. I'm trying to figure out where these are, what layer these are on. Oh wait, I guess they're on the adjustment layers, duh. From the background, of course. Okay, well. Some of the lighting stuff is a bit weird now. Color dodge kind of works the best for making this look like a normal light. I'll keep it there just for fun. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this, and not the goofy, cool colors. Unfortunately, I do want a different background color now, though. Is the thing. Like, what if I just do this color instead? Yeah. Because the skin tone is like a warmer color, so I'm looking for not a warmer color for the background. I think that works am going to kind of come in here with those gradient maps again. Just to sort of, again, push those values with where we wanted them. Yeah. I think that's fine. Let's go with this color. The process for this one's gonna be weird looking. The time lapse for this is gonna be so strange. Oh, my pencil got disconnected somehow. This is like, oh, it died. I wish it would warn me. Everything's falling apart. Oh no. I just need it to be charged a little bit so I can write my name on here. Oh no, it's all falling apart. Something like that, I guess. That seems fine. Copy, paste, isolate layer. Grab this brush, come down here. Get rid of this pixel. I gotta turn the background layer off. Okay, that's it. Stayed in a square this time. We found a way. I would go to the ending screen here, but since my dude is still broken, having him take up most of the screen seems silly to me. So instead I will do this. Thank you all for hanging out with me as I stumbled around through how this drawing turned out. I should be back again probably Wednesday for another drawing, I think. Yeah. So if you want to see more art like this, feel free to check out my Instagram or Blue Sky if you're over there. Maybe someday I'll be back on my posting art to Twitter thing, but it's a bit of a trash fire over there these days, so I mostly just use that website for stream updates at this point. But yeah, maybe in the future. So yeah, follow me on all those places if you want to keep in the loop for when I'm streaming again. I try to update there as much as I can. What do we want here? Who do we want to raid? Let's raid somebody. Oh, I know. Let's raid let's raid this person. So this is the person his name is Nintendesi. Desi? I'm not sure. But they're a speedrunner that I recently found through the, oh boy, that time lapse situation just there was strange. A speedrunner that I found through Games Done Quick, their YouTube channel. Right now they're playing a game called La Mulana. It's a retro game, old game. They're doing a blind playthrough, so they've asked, I'm only saying this now so that nobody does it when we get over there, but they've asked not to like suggest anything because they want to figure everything out themselves. So if they appear to be stuck on a puzzle, just let them get there. But yeah, so let's go hang out over there. They're pretty chill, pretty nice. I've been kind of watching them play through this game during the chill times before bed, so yeah, let's all go say hi, and I'll see you guys again when I'm here next. Hopefully all of my things don't fall apart at the end. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Thanks everybody for hanging out.